Beginning to think maybe I should... Ah, well. Not important. Just change that slightly. This didn't reset, did it? No, good, right, okay. Anyway. Hey, wait, no, hello? So I got to do that. Okay. Hey, Apollo! What? Well, you know, actually nothing. I mean, something, or maybe not. Out with it. The suspense is giving me an ulcer. Well, you know, in the trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? Score? Gee... I guess I would, or maybe, well... Nah, I'm just as bad as you. See, it's so vague. Clearly. I'm actually avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouze. And the victim, Mr. Latouze. I would have guessed he was actually an undercover Interpol agent. What a mess. We don't have any idea of what he was investigating. Well, that's true, but we know who shot him now. The Moray told the whole court. Wait. That voice just now. It was him. I'm sure of it. That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouze when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darren. It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What? Is he some kind of stray that just wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top secret mission, he said. Top secret? Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you got me to help you. We'll be fine. Fine. Right. Well, time's a wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. The Moray dropped a bomb in court today. It was Darren. Moray said she'd never forgotten a voice, right? That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow I don't think that means what you think it means. She has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at Darren even? You bet I did. He's one of the Gaviniers guitarists after all. He's so cool. Oh. Right. All the Gaviniers have a rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have shot Mr. Latouze backstage. Then Murray heard him, didn't she? She heard Darren backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. An Interpol agent. I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Huh? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly name? Come on, buddy, if you want to sneeze, just fucking sneeze. Yeah. Anyway, you think he was investigating Lemuri? What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. Remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we knew he was working on something. I wonder if it was something that has something to do with something. With something being our case. The last something, I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Latou's up to? Ha 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 ha! Trucy? Was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. You can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Grammare. The other day. Eek! Who's there? We didn't just imagine that, did we? I was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. We meet again. Nice to meet you. Who are you? Could you please stop smirking like that? It's you, Uncle Valiant. Uncle Valiant? He's your uncle? No, silly. It's the great Grammare, Valiant Grammare. The Grand Magician. Yes, it is I, the great Valiant Grammare, as seen on television. Would you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valiant. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I am quite down to earth when need calls. Does have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valiant's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Daddy? You mean Mr. Wright? No, I mean my real daddy. Trucy's a real father? Wait, Apollo. Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Grammare. Troop Grammare? No. That does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life, lamentable listless lad. Do not know the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valiant Grammare. The name began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all the gold disappear from a safe. And then escaped from a high-security prison. Said he is a magician. Open the locked hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop Grammare. Wait. What, Apollo? Do you remember seeing you on television a long time ago? Weren't you with someone else, like A duo?
A duo.
Yeah, you had a partner. Something Gramari. Yes, Zach. Zach Gramari. A masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship. Why is everyone so quiet?
Daddy.
Daddy? Oh, no way. Once upon a time, the troop Gramari included 2 Grand Magicians. Myself, Valiant Gramari, and my partner, Zach Gramari. And this Zach was...
He was my real daddy.
Tracy's father, a magician. Guess it makes sense. I had no idea.
There wasn't much point in talking about it. Not now that he's gone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo.
Glad that I'm good for comic relief at least.
Not that I see Daddy around much these days.
I've been remiss in remembering my reason for my visit.
Reasons?
2, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy.
You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valiant.
I'm sure you are. None for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Colosseum the first time in 7 years, I could fain contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy. It was a hot topic of talk among the staff, you know. And defend him you did.
Well, it wasn't all my doing.
I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this.
That's a videotape.
Quite so, a recording of the concert notice. I bought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Grammarly. Will you watch it? There, you're gonna attempt to sing. Sugar, sugar on night, oh that night in your embrace. And you stole away the keys. My heart held on to so tight. Pleasure, but a fleeting melody. Wraps itself around me, and now through the air I fly. Whoa, whoa. Burning on in my heart, fire, burn my love away, all away. Like a bullet of love, fire, take my life away, all away. Guitar, guitar. Up together to the sky.
Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. Huh. So, what's the word? Mysterious?
There are more mysterious things than her song going on. Way more mysterious. This Valiant Gramari has a good reason to be here today. But I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. So, I was wondering, That stunt in the middle of the song there.
I didn't see a stunt.
What about Lemuri vanishing and reappearing?
Oh, that. I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen I didn't even notice.
Ah, so young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand. A petite A simple sleight of hand. A petite prestidigitation. A modicum of magic from me to you.
So that's why you were at the concert.
Yes. I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you're the one who knows how it was all done. Of course. I'm like a deity with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done?
Hey now,
Trucy?
that's like totally against the rules, Apollo.
Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Me is not. My illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later. Well, after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh. Don't even ask, I won't answer.
Too bad for you, Apollo.
Whose side are you on? I, Valiant Grimare, now make my leave, Miss Trucy.
There's no need to rush, Uncle Valiant. You should stay a while.
I'm afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I've been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. So, you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Colosseum. See you later, crocodile. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door, normally.
Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking.
Right. Valiant Grimare. Got a few more things to ask him. Almost among them, that bit of magic that made Lemure disappear. How he knows Trucy and her real father. She may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect.
But they don't have any decisive evidence.
Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room.
Right, the air vent.
And he lied.
Lied?
Actually, to I can see.
Matchy.
Speak of the devil.
He looks like he's doing okay.
I forget. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything.
Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo.
It's kind of hard to build a court case on feelings. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest.
You need someone to complain to, I'll listen.
I think she's actually worried for me.
So, what did you think of the trial today? You glad he doesn't understand English after all? If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial.
Hey, all's well that ends well. We have to be more goal-orientated. If he's not guilty, we win.
No, if he's innocent, we win. Matchy might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do.
Huh?
I'm glad Lemure testified. What a great person. She even got Matchy off the hook by naming another suspect.
Darren of the Gaviniers, the detective. I wonder if Matchy knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all. No one told him there's a new suspect. How would he know? Hey.
What is it, Apollo?
No, it's nothing. I must be imagining it.
Imagining what, Apollo?
It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know. Matchy. He doesn't understand what we're saying, right?
How could he? He's a young Borgian. He doesn't speak English.
Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him.
Maybe it's malfunctioning. Or it's sacred, because... Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces.
Was I that bad? Matchy lied about not being able to see. But what if that's not all he lied about?
You're curious about it. There's only one thing to do. You should ask him.
I think it will take something big to get to him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Matchy.
So, Matchy, you can see, right? Matchy can see and Lemur can't. The world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo, I don't think we're going to get any information out of Matchy. Which makes sense.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Whoa, what a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing.
Weather matters for an investigation.
Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days?
Sure. Let's get started, shall we?
Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo.
What stuff?
Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it.
I did enough at home, thanks.
There's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage.
I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer.
Then you're in luck, because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, "Objection!"
Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. There's the old blue badger.
Mr. Attorney.
Mel, I'm sorry about today.
There is nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Matchy. Are you okay? Alone, I mean. Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh, you must have great ears.
Ears that had the crime taking place. Well, so she claimed yesterday, but how? That was quite a statement you made today in court. About hearing Darren Crescen's voice at the scene of the crime.
I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. Wait.
Lemur, is something the matter?
That voice just now. It was him. I'm sure of it.
No way.
As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice.
I'm guessing Darren and Mr. Latouz were talking about something.
The next moment I heard those gunshots.
Why didn't you call security?
To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So, it really was Darren's voice that she heard.
Yeah. At least, she certainly thinks it was.
I met Machi before my debut as Lemore. I was singing in a restaurant in Virginia.
And he was playing the piano?
Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see.
Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see?
No. It wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Machi. Pretending you couldn't see, and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy.
I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. About Mr. Latouz.
Yes. He was an Interpol agent, I hear.
So, you had no idea?
Of course not. No one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover.
But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was.
Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand.
You have no idea?
I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why?
What makes you think that?
Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory.
Clouded. Right.
The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart.
In your heart?
I have no memory of the time before I became Lemure. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days.
What was it she said about not being able to remember the light?
I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before coming Lemure is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me?
Do you think your past might be related to this case?
No way, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lemure. I thank you. Machi too tells me this often, when I fear who I might have been.
We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time.
Thank you. That reminds me. That was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician.
Valiant Grammari. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done?
I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Grammary made me swear to never tell a soul.
I was afraid of that.
Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know. I am reminded that I wish to speak to you about something.
Yes?
When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor.
Device? Maybe you mean this?
That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much.
What did you think?
This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert.
Wonder whose this is.
We use it for communications. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing.
We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him.
Yes, that's best. Thank you. So, can I put it on? Attached. I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo.
Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry.
Ten four, that little buddy. This is Trucy reporting in. Over.
Why the sudden silence?
No one answered.
Don't be silly.
What good is a receiver that doesn't receive? That's like Emma not performing forensic investigations.
You make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine. Which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snack hose. Can I ask you about this headset, Lemuel? You said that all concert staff are wearing one.
That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on the staff had one, of course. And all of the band members too, I should think.
So, Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on too, then?
They're quite helpful. They're limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. After all, they're only for use on stage. And a stronger signal would interfere with the sound system.
That makes sense. I think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications lifeline. So why was this one lying here?
That song, isn't that the one Lemure was singing?
Yeah, you're right. The Guitar Serenade.
Wow, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this.
I come to see that.
The house is full, and as one the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air.
Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician?
Oh, that's right. I was a magician, wasn't I?
Some dedication. If it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is.
Uncle Valiant.
What exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility and tasks undertaken. I'm inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss, miss.
And the mirror teleportation illusion. Ooh.
Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troupe. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody.
Hey, Apollo, Maybe Uncle Valiant can shed some light on this whole thing for us. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. The Mary's vanishing act was your illusion, right?
Indeed, the purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the song he said, "Make her disappear like a dream." Like a dream? Yet, what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There were none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorcerous acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted.
She disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel.
People come to me because I am a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom made for a time and a place. Now, because of the murder, all the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of true grammar are concerned.
So you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well?
And went when it did. Now, speaking of pianos. That piano over there troubles me.
It troubles you? Why?
Why? Why do you ask why?
I think it's probably quicker if I just go check it out myself, thanks.
I know what you were thinking in that head of yours. Grammar, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort.
Actually, yes, you're right. Well, he just read your mind, Apollo. Well, everyone tells him that, and he made a good guess.
It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifi Grammary. It was he who began the great troupe Grammary. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was.
Do you have a vague memory of someone like that on TV?
Yet, several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard, the TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion.
That's not true. They still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down in the supermarket.
When you start playing supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble. We hone our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Grammary, but for my partner.
Your partner? You mean...
Yes, Zach Grammary.
Truce's father.
Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Grammary in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valiant Grammary. Our founder, Magnifi Grammary, was truly a genius, a worker of miracles.
I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo jet go. What happened to the jet again?
Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zack and I had the talent. In no time at all, Valiant and Zack were the shining stars in the Grammary crown.
Cool, huh? And Zack Grammary was my daddy.
Now that Magnifi and Zack are gone, I have but one wish. Let it be I, Valiant Grammary, who brings the Grammary miracle back to the big stage.
I'm rooting for you.
Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side.
One skill coming up.
How did he manage to get off the topic of this case so quickly all the time?
That's one big piano. I've never actually played one.
Hey, you should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime.
No good. He can't play either.
I feel bad for the guy now.
Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back. This could be the debut of a prodigy. Eh?
Did you make that noise just now?
Let me try it again. You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh? Look, this was stuck between the strings. Looks like some kind of switch.
Someone must have thrown this into the piano. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom.
What are you doing here?
Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever.
Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the second degree in court and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool.
You're talking about the blood stain Mr. Latouche left.
My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all.
Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol.
We wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward.
Ah, chocolate snacko's popular down at the precinct or something.
I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest. You're not going to find any clues in here. Though I did find something strange. Something strange? I've met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year.
If only it worked that way.
It just bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. It makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct, and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lemieux's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Darren's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country?
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
Was that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics?
The guitar serenade, you mean?
I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen. Then Lemieux flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Latouche's life. And he went up into the sky with a guitar. Well, 30 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence. I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all of this?
Don't ask me. I didn't do it.
Neither did I. I couldn't fit through the air vent anyway. What? You all think I did it?
Sometimes I worry about that girl.
So, what did you find? So little I must have passed it over yesterday. Found it under the sofa. What is it? Out of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bits sticking out from the end look familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. Ooh, like on a beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. An electronic signal, you say? Hmm.
Do you think you could take a look at this?
Small device. Looks like a transmitter. A transmitter? You press this switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for though.
Signal? You mean an electronic signal?
What is it, Apollo?
Say, Emma? You know that strange object you said you found?
Oh, this?
Let me try pressing this switch.
Yow! It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big deal? Well, now we know what this is. An igniter. This fire must work like a lighter. Nearly lit me up, that's for sure.
Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose.
I suppose, at least, we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo. Let's ask Emma more about this switch. Now that she has some first-hand experience. What are you trying to do? Burn me alive?
Come on, it was just a few sparks.
Says you. You weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking.
Anyway, now we know this is a remote for an igniter.
Let me see that for a second.
Well,
this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's wink probably only reaches 30 feet. Transmitter, huh? Incidentally, if you look at a cross-section diagram of the stage area, let's see, 30 feet from Lemuria's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage.
kinda seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage.
Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation.
We'll have to look for more clues elsewhere then.
I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into lighters a bit more later. Good luck!
I'd like to know a bit more about lighters myself. Or igniters myself. Ugh. What? Come to laugh at the murderer?
Darren,
Bag opens a pile and wham bam my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect.
Darren isn't in the best of moods, is he?
Not many people are these days, it seems.
It is a crime scene, not exactly the happiest place to hang out.
And Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid.
So, about your alibi.
You have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the third set. That's right. The music was blaring when we heard those gunshots. I found Mr. Latou's dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage.
Your guitar playing was something else.
Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. I can't believe they aren't letting me work.
There's no need to yell at me. It's Leroy's fault. He was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime.
Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me?
They won't let you work?
He won't let me work. Gavin says I've got to lie low till all suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He can be such a stick in the mud.
Mr. Gavin, stick in the mud?
He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. Except when he's depressed. You hear him whining the other day?
Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board?
Then there was that performance just now. What was that all about?
This part is off.
Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darren. He's just a perfectionist, is all. Not a bad guy, really.
Well, I think the Gavinians are the best. I have all your albums.
The band's fine too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much.
Oh, him. He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely.
Prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I?
The data on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally.
Follow, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office.
Maybe that's not such a bad idea.
Right on.
Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you! And tell him I want into that crime scene.
We'll be going now.
Hey, wait.
Yes?
What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right?
Well...
Great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself.
Let's not talk to him anymore, alright?
Detective Darren Crescend. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice.
So, this is it. The Governor's head office.
It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing, object, whatever?
Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like.
That's eavesdropping.
Why, we'd just be waiting. quietly, so he didn't notice. What if we had something scandalous about the band?
She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was I after it in the first place? Yeah, Latou's. Latou's? Look, don't talk to me about those big Borgians, okay? Just get me that report. Chop chop. Stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like this when I start to miss Darren. Huh? Hiya.
Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad.
How can I be? There's not enough tea here in the world in this case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist.
What's your name, Apollo?
So, who have you come to see?
Huh?
Clevia, lead vocalist for the Gaviniers, or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom?
What do you think he means, Apollo?
I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? That reminds me. Did you see the paper today?
Yes. I always read the TV section.
Good girl. How about you, Hair Forehead? I read the funnies. Then you'll not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song.
Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one.
It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know.
Oh, does this have anything to do with the case?
Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? It is endless. Endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course.
Oh, that was all Apollo's idea.
Hey. Is that a newspaper over there too? Ah, yes. The Borgian Daily Bugle. Go ahead and take a look. Thanks, but I can't read Borgian. Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well. Though they didn't go so far as to mention the lyrics to my song.
Probably no one in Borgia could believe it.
It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. Their journalists don't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I don't really know what to think of it myself. Namir's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. Which is why I've had Darren step down from the investigation for now.
Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Colosseum.
Namir wasn't my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case quickly if possible?
I really love that song. It has such a great atmosphere to it.
You co-wrote it with Lemore, if I remember correctly. That's right. It was last year. I had gone to tour Borgia's legal system, as a matter of fact.
And that's when you heard Lemore's voice.
It was at a small jazz club. I worked that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting.
Well, prosecutors really have a lot of clout.
I think he's sort of a special case, Drusy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there backstage. Bacci on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from Lemore.
The music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo say.
It is a memory I hold dear, And the song we wrote that night was this. That very guitar is right over there. You mean, this charred lump?
Don't call it a lump. That's a piece of history. And it's only borrowed, not really charred.
No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly catch on fire?
Do you think you could show it to us? Your charred, slightly burnt guitar?
I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? It's an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this.
That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it?
I thought it was one of the staff playing a gag on me. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally.
Oh, did you find anything out?
He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing.
Intriguing?
How does that guitar tie into everything that went on?
Sounds like something we should ask about.
It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lemore.
How did it end up here?
She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it.
So this guitar is from Virginia?
That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruin the wood. So we vacuum packed it in the mill studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched.
See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout.
I still think he's a special case.
Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned.
What was it that you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar?
That's right. What was that all about?
Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front? It is called the sound hole. Ah, so that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort.
Broken device?
Yes. This, in fact. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however. So he'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Odd. That device looks strangely familiar.
What's that on the plate there?
Is that gum?
Gum?
Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang. So he put it on the plate for later consumption?
You think a rock star could afford a fresh stick?
Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is it? It's like a lump of plastic.
Wait, that phone call.
Yeah, so that's why I am asking, what is this creepy thing, object, whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, the tubes. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you?
Who? Us? I I tried to stop him really, but he forced me to.
Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latouz was after.
This lump?
Would you mind telling us what you do know about it? This was found in Mr. Latouz's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? It's a small lump about 1.5 inches long. We analysed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it is a replica of. You mean, whatever Mr. Latouz was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation.
Well, what is it?
Don't ask me, Fraulein.
Oh, if you don't want to tell us, you could just say so.
I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia. But apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain.
Oh,
Something Interpol doesn't want to tell Virginia. Something about this little piece of plastic. Mr. Latouz went through all that trouble to become Limel's manager. Just to come to this country to find out more about this lump. And he died for it. I've sent someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lemel. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Virginian. It has to be one of these.
what is it, Apollo?
That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter.
Another one?
It was at the crime scene, in Lemuel's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually. At the scene of the crime. What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about. Oh. Thanks for dropping by, Herr Forehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance. Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive, Guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information. About the, strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Latouz was investigating.
Hey, that's right.
I've been thinking, Herr Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives. All of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that.
Mr. Prosecutor,
Fraulein?
can I ask you why you sing in a band?
Because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple too. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps.
Oh, it's you. You came in a good time.
Hello there, Emma. What's up?
either of you know where Lemure is?
Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago.
Yeah, that's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office.
Lemure's missing?
It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all.
Yeah, we'll help you look for her.
Great, thanks.
This place is deserted.
I wonder where Lemure went off to.
Sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful.
I guess, but I can't help worrying about her a little. Huh? The stage is pitch dark.
Power breaker must be off for this section. Great.
I'll go get someone. Yipes, it was really dark out there.
Dark. That's all Lemure has when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness?
Hey, Apollo,
What?
doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Like something's changed?
Changed?
Can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me.
Now it's bugging me too. What's she talking about? Come on.
Hey, that case. Wasn't that open before?
I guess someone closed it.
Wait, look where the case closes.
Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's...
Let's open it, Apollo. Hey, Lemure! Lemure!
Emma! We have to get Emma! Lemure was taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Tracy just clung to my arm and cried. Me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many.
Emma, how's Lemure? Is she okay? You. We all owe you a big thanks, but that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too late. That's good to hear.
So, what happened?
Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead.
By who?
We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not see? Oh. Right. Would you like to see her now?
Is that alright?
She wants to thank you for saving her life.
Lemure!
Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened?
It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone come to see me. They said nothing. And I went to return to my dressing room.
You were hit?
I knew. That very moment, I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me. I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first.
Why the stage?
I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid.
So the assailant couldn't see you.
Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out.
Wow, that sounds like a really close call. Do you have any idea who it might have been?
Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word.
Too bad.
Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am.
Good point. She's sharp.
And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo.
So that means it was likely an adult, and probably a man. Could it be him?
But why would anyone attack you, Lemure? The detective asked me this too. And to her I gave the same answer I give you. I do not know.
Lemure, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is?
This is what?
Mr. Latouche was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after.
He was after. You know, in its secret identity. As an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing.
You mean, you know what?
Yes, I know, of course. This must be the Borgian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica thereof.
Why hadn't I heard of a Borgian cocoon before?
Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of a souvenir? I wonder. Well, they call it Borgian. It must only be found in Borgiana. For certain, all in Borgiana know of these. It's a cocoon. So, do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I am sorry to say.
Thought she said all in Borgiana knew of these.
There is one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Borgian know.
What's that?
The cocoons. They are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death. To death?
Why?
I do not know. Yet, if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic.
He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess.
So that's what he was up to.
Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling.
Smuggling. It seems I was marked. Marked? Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. So you could have brought these Borgian cocoons with you? On my trips, yes. That was probably the suspicion.
And Mr. Latouche was placed as an undercover agent to look into it.
Virginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you?
But Mr. Latouze wasn't a Borgian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means...
What, Apollo?
Well, there must have been some reasons other countries didn't want the cocoons out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved.
Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion?
Cocoon smuggling. And Mr. Latouze had Lemuri marked. Couldn't be her.
Huh?
There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking to us, Lemuel.
It was the least I could do.
Actually, I have another request.
If it is within my power.
I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Borginian.
Apollo?
Would you come with us, if you're well enough?
I see. Yes. Yes, of course I shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going?
Come on, Trucy. We're about to get to the bottom of this. Machi, we come to talk to you about the case.
Machi.
Could you interpret for us, Lemuel?
Yes.
Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right?
I was completely fooled myself.
Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us?
Wait, Mr. Attorney. What do you mean by secret?
What do I mean by secret? Well... if I'm not mistaken. You know something about this, don't you?
Hey, you got a reaction. A big one. Machi, you didn't.
Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one.
Mr. Attorney, please tell me.
In the mirror, please interpret.
Very well.
I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. And have them look into it.
He asks you to... Wait, do not be so hasty. Machi? Do you know everything?
Yes, everything. Well, sort of.
Have him tell us about it.
Yeah.
Very well. What is this cocoon anyway?
Baby.
The cocoon. The silk is a potent cure. A cure?
Let's cure some disease.
It's a cure for incuratus.
Cure for incuratus?
But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borgina like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reasons myself.
Okay, well at least we know what it is. A cure. Mr. Latouze was after cocoon smugglers. Oh wait, was Machi?
Machi, you weren't. He couldn't be a smuggler. He's so little.
Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you?
Well, that's true. I'm sort of a magician.
She said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape.
Well, Matchy, are you a smuggler?
Never.
You mean America? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb.
I wonder. Do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? Matchy really did bring one into the country. Was he planning on making a deal for its sale?
Never ever. I can't go home. Can't go home? Hivava, Tamanavashana. I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death.
That's right. It's punishable by death.
Hivava. About the case. What about the case?
He wants to tell us about Mr. Latouse's death.
Shiva.
This meeting's over. This meeting's over.
Darren?
What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. There's a call from Matchy from the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry. No go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving.
Darren, wait.
I never liked you. Either of you. Huh?
Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. The Apollo.
He didn't want us to hear what Matchy had to say.
Apollo?
There can be only one reason why.
Why is everyone ignoring me?
Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow, in court.
Well, this is it.
Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry. No go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving.
Darren, wait.
I never liked you. Either of you. Huh?
Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo.
He didn't want us to hear what Matchy had to say. And I think I know why. Trying to bring down a little justice.
Eek.
What was that? He is heard but unseen. He is heard but unseen. I think that's who it is. Mm-hmm.
Who's that talking?
Valiant Grammary? He's in the door like an average muggle, no less.
You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valiant?
Ha 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 ha! A preposterous proposition. How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
Ooh, with vanishing magic?
Indeed. I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
The Grand Grammary Glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth.
A glamour?
A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. There. Farewell.
And there he goes.
Sure seemed happy about that illusion thing.
Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually involves cutting up things, or the Eiffel Tower, anything really.
There's no need for that to be auto text. So he was talking about what we saw at the concert.
The Morse disappearing act.
And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar.
I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that has happened.
Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 AM. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Did something happen? This is a first.
It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business.
Great. Bet he stayed up too late last night watching courtroom dramas.
Apparently he's visiting the hospital again.
The hospital?
I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition has worsened considerably this morning.
The Chief Justice's son. Well, that's right. Remember yesterday morning, the judge said he had to go visit him after the trial.
There's an article about it in the newspaper. You can to read about it yourself.
Incuratus. Where have I heard that before? I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV Guide page to me.
Try not to lose the page with the funnies, if you can. My apologies for the delay. Court is in session for the trial of the... how do you say this name again?
Mashi Tabai, our suspect for Tomaso.
Right. It's his trial in any case.
The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor?
No, well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time.
Incuratus, was it? An article said there is no known cure.
Now, Judge, let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. I asked Interpol about that number. IPXX 314206. The agent registered under this number was Romain Latouze. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be headed out.
Wait. That voice just now. It was him. I'm sure of it.
It was him?
That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouze when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darren.
No way. quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought Darren would guest star in the season cliffhanger as a suspect?
I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings.
Darren Crescent is a member of my band, the Gaviniers. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet, after investigation, I have found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware, Herr Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi.
An alibi?
Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shootings was in 3 sets. The Gaviniers ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, the Muri, and Machi, along with a drummer and bassist for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. The Muri and the defendant Machi Tabai had left the stage at that point, and the Gaviniers were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you.
And Apollo, you heard them too, right?
I sure did. Furthermore, the mule herself witnessed the moment of the crime. Well, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime. When she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking.
But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was...
Precisely. Detective Creston was on the stage, getting his groove on, no less. Voila. A perfect alibi.
Does the defense have anything to add to this?
It's true, when I heard those gunshots he must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up.
It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darren Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged.
Which means that Namira was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true.
Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony. And I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections.
Oh, Apollo, if he declares a verdict now.
Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. The mirror might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Oh, wait, what about yesterday in the detention center?
Evie, about the case. What about the case?
He wants to tell us about Mr. Latouche's death.
Evie,
And this meeting's over.
Darren?
Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him, under oath.
Miriam, the court finds the defendant, what was his name again?
Your Honor!
No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice.
Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who, until now, has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls the defendant, Machi Tabai, to the stand.
What? But he doesn't speak English.
We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as, I love you and where is the toilet? The defense would like to request Lemire as the interpreter.
Lemire? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant.
But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie?
This is most unusual.
Bravo, Herr Forehead. Dear Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lemure lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that.
Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal.
Finally, some progress.
Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lemure to the witness stand.
I suppose there was a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Lemure.
Yes. He says Machi Tabai, the defendant.
This is certainly a first for the courtroom. Not that we really need an interpretation of that message in particular.
So far so good.
Very well. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Huh? If I would what, Your Honour?
What? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about?
What do I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far yet.
Hello. Aren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday?
How can I if I don't know what he was saying?
Excuse me a moment. If I might speak.
Yes, Lemure?
Just now, Machi said there is something about which he wishes to testify.
Machi wants to testify about something? What can it be?
What sort of testimony is he talking about?
One moment, please.
The suspense is killing me.
What?
What? What?
Oh, Lemure?
According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence.
What?
This is a surprise.
Yoo-hoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it!
This is sounding too good to believe. I know what that usually means.
Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. Lemure, Machi, please testify to the court.
Very well. He says that word of Mr. Latou's death came as a great shock. And if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, that is, he could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely.
I wonder what he meant by proof. Why, he would only have to ask Lemure to know the meaning of that song. Lemure? Did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him?
I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked.
Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lemure might be protecting the witness.
Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honour. Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. Worked yesterday, I'll work today. Give me a minute. Feeling kind of very, very, very sick. Ugh, that one was weird. Ugh. Oh, damn. Suddenly felt very, very, very sick for a reason. Yeah. Had to down a packet of crisps and get a glass of water. Oh. Hey. Anyway. Ugh. That's better. Were Matchy and Mr. Latouche close?
Yes, after we travelled around the world on tour together.
Lemuel, this is Matchy's cross-examination, not yours.
But I knew the answer.
This is a court of law. We'll play by the book.
I understand. When Prosecutor Gavin's tough, he's really tough. Matchy says he was very good friends with Mr. Latouche. Mr. Latouche was always a gentleman, never angry. We got along quite well. Never dreamed something like this would happen.
The guitar serenade, correct?
Yes, the crime followed the lyrics of the song. The left of the keyring, the burning guitar, and the bullet. This is why it could not have been me.
By could not have done it, you mean?
It is very simple. Matchy could not have done all the things that had happened that day. But all those things followed the song lyrics closely.
Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics?
He did know what the song was about. Its mood, shall we say. This was enough to play by. I told him it was a song about a guitar and love.
It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking.
Oh, perhaps I misunderstood.
No, not really. Yours is a valid interpretation. Okay.
No, it is my fault. I am too used to singing in Virginian. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. Yay! I knew he was innocent.
I believe he is too, Trucy. I do.
What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something?
Something's hidden in that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it. Matchy? You can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Lemuel said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Matchy, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you?
What are you saying? Of course he can't.
Must he continue this charade?
Mr. Justice, Matchy says this. I know the word English.
Huh?
Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all.
What? Give me a break.
Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance?
Well, yeah, but
I am sorry, but he truly does not understand your language.
very well then, explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics?
Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. You read about it in the newspaper.
The newspaper?
The Virginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know. They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland.
I was right.
What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden.
Matchy is lying. Maybe it's time to show them proof that he's lying. I have here a Virginian newspaper. The Virginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Matchy? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics.
What? What is this all about?
I'm sorry, Matchy. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Virginian newspaper.
Yeah.
What does this mean?
But I don't see how it's possible. I know. You must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning, yes?
Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper, and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less.
The witness will explain himself.
Matchy says... He says...
Yes?
It is true. I read the newspaper. This is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember.
You remember?
Says he heard of the lyrics from me.
What?
Is this true, Lenore?
Yes. I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself.
And it looks like Herr Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again.
It seems so, yes.
No. I was onto something, I know it. Can't let this chance slip away.
Time is an issue today, Mr. Justice. Are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you going to do, Apollo?
I'm going to keep on cross-examining. I better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue.
If you must, you must. Very well. Witness?
I understand. It was I who explained that the crime followed the song.
Exactly how much did you explain to Matchy?
This is a question for me, yes?
This interpretation thing is getting old fast.
I told him that Mr. Latouche had been killed, and why he was a suspect. And I told him the crime of that day followed my song.
Did you mention any particular words of the song relating to the case? Such as heart?
Yes, of course I explained this. He was quite surprised. Yay, I knew he was innocent.
I believe he is too, Trucy. I do.
Yeah, we've heard that bit before.
Mm-hmm. The mill? I'm currently cross-examining Matchy. Why should you be uncertain?
Me? Uncertain?
Yes, you saw it at the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained.
I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you.
Lenore, are you indeed protecting someone?
That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself.
Then allow me to answer for you. Lenore, you're protecting... Lenore, you are protecting Matchy. That's why you lied and told us that you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Matchy, I believe you didn't do it. Really, I trust you. You lied to us twice. Now you have Lemure lying on your behalf. This is going to work. You have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to.
Witness, is this true? Do you understand English?
Yes, a little only.
What?
First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lemure.
No, I did not. It is quite a surprise.
How many secrets is this witness hiding?
This is lust.
Matchy, could you tell us what really happened?
No shooting. I did no shooting.
So you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? Apparently the answer to that question isn't simple either.
It was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor.
Which would be after the shooting, right?
Then there is voice. Voice? Or voices? Was it you and Emma Apollo?
So when Matchy went into the dressing room, Mr. Twos had already been shot. Then we came to the door.
Hello, hurry up, hurry take off, run away, run away.
So it was you who escaped from that air vent. As the prosecution has held all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? No, he's clearly denied that he did it.
No shooting, manager on floor, already on floor.
The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter.
Does the defendant have anything to say to this?
It's cleared up, Apollo.
Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness?
Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Oh, wait. No, of course there is.
What is this cocoon anyway?
Yeah.
The cocoon and the silk is a potent cure. Cure? Well, Machi, are you a smuggler?
Yeah.
He won't tell me.
And that cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please, tell us the truth for your own sake.
No more speak. Not to any of you.
So much for your precious trust, Hair Forehead. Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse.
It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed.
Hello, Eustace.
It's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some.
Leave. No shooting.
But she claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room.
Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. Suddenly, I hear a revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear a voice.
You heard gunshots?
Yes, it's true. I hear a revolver, but only sound.
Wait, you've seen you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead? And then you heard shots? That's true.
So, you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots?
And you escaped through the air vent?
I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage.
So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is this what he means?
Hey, that's right. Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo.
Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that?
Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from Magician.
Magician?
Don't look at me.
Magician, huh?
Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche.
Yeah, but what does that leave us with? You're supposed to say he went into their room to find the body, and then he heard the shots. That one's going to go over well in court, not.
Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me.
I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So, what do we do?
You're sure you won't testify, Machi? No talk. No. Well, it was worth a shot.
That cocoon.
Yeah. I can't go home. Can't go home?
But Caballerina.
I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon for Virginia is death.
That's right. It's punishable by death. Of course he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach.
That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan?
Matchy won't testify yet. You'll have to get someone else to testify.
Someone else?
I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there.
Right.
Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant?
Yes, Your Honour. We had a good talk.
Very well. So, will he testify?
Your Honour, the defendant will not testify.
What?
Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. The defence would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honour.
A different angle?
Matchy won't testify, and I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lemure.
Lemure?
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lemure's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lemure was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries.
What happened?
She was assaulted, Your Honour.
Assaulted?
Someone wanted Lemure dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lemure? There, why would anyone be out to kill Lemure? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been?
You don't think...
I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouze. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lemure's testimony? A nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly.
If Lemure was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lemure's testimony once more.
Lemure, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak.
You need not apologize. I know that Matchy is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this.
Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. And the voice belonged to Darren Crescend, yes?
That is correct.
At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed, and was found to be quite soundproof.
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice?
I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. And there is, it seems, much you do not know.
And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court.
Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latouze and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window.
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony.
I am sorry. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth.
Then, it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? The mirror was attacked because of this testimony. What, Trucy?
Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool.
Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Please, you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Perhaps you can coolly... Yeah, blech, you know what I mean.
Is something wrong?
Raise an objection. She is saying the same thing she said before.
Mr. Justice?
Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with your testimony.
Now I know what they mean about the reckless youth these days.
The one in red over there is a shining example, Herr Judge. You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. Baron Crescend.
I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday.
How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed. Is that why? Of course.
Apollo, if we keep asking the same question as yesterday, we won't get anywhere.
She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. Lemore, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us.
I have given it much reflection, but
I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember.
I only heard one phrase clearly.
A whole phrase? You'll remember something that was said. Why didn't you say anything yesterday?
Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said.
This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say?
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche.
The shooter, then? Darren Crescent?
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch now.
Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche?
I thought it quite strange myself afterward.
It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this?
I mean, sure, my delight. It's very, very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony.
Maybe, Apollo? From the small window I heard a voice say, "Press the switch now."
And it was Detective Darian Crescent's voice?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
It's over. Press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Latouche?
Apollo. The murder weapon, the revolver was Mr. Latouche's, right?
Yeah, what of it?
Well, maybe when he said press the switch, he really meant to say pull the trigger. Because his English isn't so good.
Darren Crescent is a native speaker.
Oh, alright. Sorry, I kind of forgot who was what.
Press the switch. It's not something a killer usually says to his or her victim, is it?
Was there no one else in the room?
I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the
Biddipidee. There were 2 gunshots?
Yes, I heard 2, one after the other.
Fits with the bullet holes at the scene. Nothing really new here to pick up. Why didn't you tell someone immediately?
Well,
If it were me, I would have gone to the police right away. It's our duty as citizens.
And this may be beside the point, but Lemuri isn't a citizen. Though one would hope such common sense prevails in Virginia as well.
the Miri seems awfully quiet all of a sudden.
It's strange. Could she be hiding something?
It is as you say, yet at the time...
You were in a hurry? To go where?
I was on my way to the backstage exit, as I have said.
Why were you in such a hurry then?
Well, I don't think that has anything to do with this case.
Very well, mate. Please answer the question. Are you alright, Lemuel?
Yes, I'm just tired.
Recall what I told you yesterday, Hair Forehead. Lemuel suffers from serious amnesia. Please refrain from traumatizing her further. What? So he can just dismiss questions he thinks are too traumatizing? Why don't you prove her reason has a connection to the case before asking about it, yeah?
The prosecution's objection is sustained. The current question is moot, Mr. Justice. Please continue with the cross-examination.
Murray was attacked because of this testimony. I know she was, so something's got to be hidden there.
Maybe there's some detail we're missing.
Guess we'll just have to get her to fill in the blanks.
Right.
Press the switch? There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh. Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene. But it just so happens, I have a switch right here.
That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it?
The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage.
The stage?
Where the concert was held, yes. This was found in there. On the stage.
Why are you claiming that the voice Lemuel heard was of someone commanding another to press this switch?
It's a possibility. Oh, Hair Forehead, I'd call that an impossibility. Why? Hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Ramirez's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviniers were in the middle of a concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard.
The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout.
So, too, have Hair Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said. Or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh, wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get the message to someone on stage from the dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why, that's...
What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking?
This is a type of transmitter, a communications device.
Communications device?
From what I've heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually. They're for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, walking from backstage to the stage would be simple. True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited.
The mirror said it was about 30 feet, right?
Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be!
So, when Lemore heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact.
Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch.
Well, I guess we don't.
An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it.
Ugh. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. But if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case.
What's up, Apollo? Apollo?
We know about this switch, right? We know what it is.
Yeah.
Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch...
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Justice?
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is.
Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is?
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this. That's...
Not what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones?
This is an igniter. What phone looks like this?
Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter?
Yes, actually. You aren't saying this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you.
Yo! Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down this courtroom.
Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I'd expected.
My whisker had caught on fire.
Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote. It's a remote ignite trigger. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you?
Huh.
Exactly. That night at the concert there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance.
Wasn't that part of the stage show, though?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake.
That's right. He got it in Virginia from Lemure. He said the sound was amazing before it burned, of course. Now it's just kind of smokes.
The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Her forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lemure, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. And the shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press a switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire.
Well, that does seem to make sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it.
Really? Seems pretty simple to me. Hair forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong.
What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin?
Your simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes? And the cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set.
That's right, of course. The guitar got fired during the Murray song.
Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated.
Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty.
See, your story makes no sense. Are you sure about that?
Well, what exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice?
Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far.
What premise is this, specifically?
I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective Emma Skye heard the shots and found the body. All of this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to this testimony, Machi was in that dressing room at the time.
Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice?
Stay with me, Your Honour. He also told us this in his testimony, namely, that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second set. What?
Order! 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 That goes against the evidence.
What does, Your Honour?
The crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes?
He's right, look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire.
You're thinking about it the wrong way.
Huh?
Look. Why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through. And little merit for the person doing it.
Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason.
Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose?
Reversed? Prosecutor Gavin?
if the crime followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet Herr Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd followed the lyrics the whole way.
Order, order, order! That would explain the most unusual situation.
It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Herr Forehead, one I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lemurray have heard a voice through it? Oh. I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lemurray's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice.
What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo?
Look, what do we have? A man saying press a switch. Near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. Last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. Can't all be a coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated, immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lemurray heard the voice?
A key point to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain to this court? This to the court? Blech.
Okay, Justice. You've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lemurray heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lemurray able to hear the voice? When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. It's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment I was afraid you might be a Virginian too. As I was saying, Lemurray could not hear the voice through that window. So, there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely.
What's this?
Fucking auto text again. Why? You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Herr Forehead? Lemurray clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. And there is only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Is there another small window at the scene?
There is?
No, I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lemurray heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was.
Lemurray heard the voice from here. Go higher than that. Oh, this is annoying. This is where Lemire heard that voice from.
But that's no small window. That's the air vent.
What did she tell us? She said she's a Virginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine that she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lemire was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice? That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think this word means what you think it means, Hair Forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would Lemire be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lemire? You've been listening to our discussion here, yes?
Yes. I admit it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter.
The problem here is words. Lemire, this small window through which you heard the voice. Was it up high on the ceiling of the room? Not low on the wall?
Yes, it was on the ceiling.
What? What?
Order! I will have order! Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yes, in fact I was. I'm sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Yes, well, why the heck were you up there?
I believe it's time for another testimony.
I'm not sure I can't.
May I remind you that this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please.
Oh, looks like I'm on the right track.
Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
Bound to secrecy?
In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold.
But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set.
I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard.
Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail.
That's what the cross-examination is for, ja, Herr Forehead. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission.
Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
What are you going to do, Apollo?
I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Above the ceiling? Could you be more specific?
I cannot.
Because you're bound to secrecy.
Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. Dare not say more.
Doesn't sound like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking. By small window, you mean the air vent?
I only remembered I needed to be careful where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course.
The air vent grate could trip you up, certainly.
So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots. Startled, I crouched and listened. That is when I heard his voice coming from the room.
Darren's voice.
I knew something terrible had happened yet.
So, without a word, you just let the third set start?
After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do.
You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner.
Yes, perhaps I could have.
I see little point in badgering the witness. What's done is done. Mine works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing completely unaware. Singing without a voice. Only all contradictions were so obvious. Only I could get them not to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. You heard the gunshots during the second set during your performance. Quite sure?
Yes. Why would I lie about the time?
Why didn't you tell us this yesterday?
No one asked me. I thought you all knew. I told you Matchy was not the killer. I told you this many times.
Yes, you did. But you never told us why.
I am sorry. I was not able to speak of it.
Unable or unwilling.
She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do?
We'll just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she is bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. But if I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit to it. To admit it.
But how are you going to do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up above the ceiling too.
Yes, she could. I've got a theory as to why too. Maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. Exactly who bound you to secrecy?
I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is all right. It is just a name after all. It was Valiant Grammary. Perhaps you know him.
Valiant Grammary? What?
You mean Uncle Valiant?
What? Valiant Grammary? Who's Valiant Grammary?
Grand Magician. The one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert.
Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. The Murray was bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there, but how do I prove it? The Murray, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance.
What happened?
Yes, it's all right here on this video. wrapped itself around me, and now through the air I fly. Whoa, whoa. Burning on in my heart, fire. Burn my love away, all away. Like a bullet of love, fire. Take my life away, all away. Guitar, guitar. Up together to the sky. As we can see, Lemure was clearly not on stage for her entire performance.
Ah,
Now it's saddening to be so realistic. Lemure is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time she moved to the back of the forum.
Hello.
What, Trucy?
It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules.
I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice.
this is all very fascinating. But how is this possible? There was only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin?
This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed.
Maha!
He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage, through the backstage, to the rear of the forum. Recall Lemure's testimony from yesterday.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling.
Lemure knew of this because of her part in the illusion. But she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something.
I know if I opening vent, I can leave stage and backstage.
He said that? Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me?
Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know.
Which is why he bound Lemure to secrecy. Well, Lemure?
I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Machi was right about you.
So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling?
I did.
Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused.
Why is that, Your Honor?
As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice.
That's a good question.
Can the witness explain this to the court?
I cannot.
Very well. Mr. Justice,
Yes?
it's all up to you. Do your thing.
What thing, Your Honor?
You need to explain how Lemure was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater.
Why do I get picked on?
It's
who wasn't going along with the program here.
As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion that night in detail.
Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her.
Yes, if you would please.
Right. Feel like a student before the finals.
Good luck, Apollo. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There is an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens.
Suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something.
As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honour. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what the mirror is saying and what we can see plainly in the video.
I figured it out already. I'm a magician after all.
Well, tell me.
Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secret. Come on.
Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. How did you, proceed along this route?
How? Why, I walked.
You arrived behind the forum much too fast to have been walking. Tell the truth, Lemuri. You rode some kind of vehicle.
What? A vehicle? What vehicle?
Oh, what a novel idea. I like it.
Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad.
Yes. Laugh at me, laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind.
I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That vent was much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit. Even I had to crouch as I walked. Cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space.
It wasn't a vehicle. Was it?
You had me going for a while then, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part?
I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show. Why did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick?
Not all. Only a few that were needed to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis.
So not many people knew about the trick.
What were these stagehands required to do?
One needed to open the emergency exit. The door to the stairs is locked, but once through there...
So when you came back out, you were behind the audience?
Yes, that is how it worked.
Not a bad show if I do say so myself.
That's Uncle Valiant for you. The old grammary touch.
But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible?
That's the part I don't get either.
Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds.
Just 2 minutes?
Yes. It can be done in 1 minute if you are running.
Running? In that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling?
Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me.
Ah, that's true, but...
So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes?
Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway.
Lemuri disappears on the video for 20 seconds.
She says she made the trip in 2 minutes.
How?
If you want my personal opinion, I bet the answer's right there in that video.
Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony.
Evidence explaining the discrepancy. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between the video and her testimony. Lemur, do you happen to remember this brooch?
Aha, the brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not?
It was found at the scene, Your Honour. And you're bringing this up now? Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch.
So she is.
Let's look a bit later.
What? The brooch? It's gone.
What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can be only one explanation. The Lemuri we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lemuri we see after are two different people.
What? What?
The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lemuri, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime?
Yes, I think I did.
Order. Prosecutor Gavin.
From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Herr Judge. I, of course, knew about it.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it, it just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right, there was a switch. There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, the Lemuri was replaced.
While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lemuri?
Why, the man behind the illusion, Valiant Gramarye. It was Gramarye? That's quite the illusion. I still don't get one thing.
Yes.
The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So, you weren't on the stage?
That's right.
But this fake Lemuri is still singing. She's pretty good.
That's true.
Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording.
The Gaviniers aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein.
Oh, you mean I'm wrong?
When we play a show live, we play live. No recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lemuri.
Very well.
Yes. Do tell, and add it to your testimony.
I had to keep singing even while I moved.
You were singing?
Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this.
Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage?
Why should it matter where I sing? Whenever I go is wherever I... But why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness.
But if you were singing while you were walking,
That's right. Wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all.
That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state?
I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo.
The speaker?
That speaker was blaring.
That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder.
That's for monitoring the stage in this room. Monitoring? It pipes in real-time feed from the stage microphones. Useful for knowing when your set is coming up.
Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So, the Mary singing in the ceiling sounded just like the Mary singing over the speaker.
ingenious. Her voice was hidden by her voice.
The Mary?
I have just remembered something.
Do tell.
When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes. It startled me, so I stopped singing.
What?
I forgot the words I was supposed to sing.
The song stopped?
Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice.
Forehead, that mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing... huh?
That machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks.
All this? I completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. This takes so goddamn long. Move my neck around a bit. The song does stop there.
It does. I must have missed it.
Look at the lyric sheet. At the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again.
This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake.
Crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lemurie's ballad.
If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter.
Which means that Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains.
What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
Therefore, its theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lemurie's testimony.
Yes. Is there a problem with this?
Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear, until we hear directly from the man himself.
The man? You don't mean...
Yes. Though he is a friend and a band member, Darren Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way.
someone with a new perspective on the case?
As a suspect, to be frank. Finally, a rat's coming out of his hole. I'm ready to catch him. Darren Crescent, get ready for justice.
This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin.
And the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are.
Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess.
Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act. And right in the middle of the mirror's performance.
Why she was in that bear vent. And that switch and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took.
Daddy,
Mr. Wright, you believed in me? Not really. Huh? I just thought that'd make a cooler entrance than saying, hiya. Why do I even bother hoping?
where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all.
Sorry about that, Chusey. I'm on a secret mission.
Secret? You mean like you're undercover?
Like Mr. Latouche, only shorter and not as well dressed.
Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy?
Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. Huh? You're leaving? Oh, one thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control. You'll get Machi Tabai off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darren Crescent. Won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. The current court system? What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption. Namely that our diva divine is telling the truth.
But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch?
Piece of jewelry and a lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case.
But
if the sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Oh, that reminds me. I have something to give you from our detective friend. Detective Sky? Emma? Let's see. This bag of snacks here was meant for me. Here it is.
what are those, Daddy? They don't look very good snacking. Don't look like very good snacking material.
They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fragments revealed traces of gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Probably a firecracker or something similar. Like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa. At the scene of the crime, actually. onto the sofa.
Hey, Apollo. That's where we found that little device thingy.
Right, this. Finally some evidence that makes sense. That's all for me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me? Find Darren Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door, just like a magician, normally.
What does he want us to do? No conventional methods. What does that mean?
Guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes.
I guess.
We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy.
Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Crescent?
In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time.
Very well.
Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darren was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3. But his guitar playing, it fires my imagination. That's nice, but it has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? Oh, I know, Hair Forehead.
Well, call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darren Crescent.
Name and occupation, please.
Darren Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who don't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Gavineers. Maybe you've heard of us. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today?
Yeah, I understand, Your Honor.
What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here.
The situation's changed, Darren. And don't call me partner.
So much for old friends.
I see what you're doing, Darren. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial.
Yes, it's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lemuel's testimony. If in fact you have anything to say about it.
Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Borgia.
Wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Huh.
Conventional methods are out the window, huh? Here goes nothing.
The diva's lying, plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the words because she heard gunshots, as if. Didn't Detective Emma Sky hear those gunshots during the third set anyway? The shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So you claim Lemore's testimony was a lie? Hey, don't get me wrong. I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just because she's blind.
You go too far, Darren.
Look, all I'm saying is, you got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky, I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. Can't do this with Lemuel's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place. You don't have any proof she was lying.
Oh yeah, kid. You saying I lied?
No, I'm just saying, hello, glare back at him.
Couldn't help it. I flinched by reflex. Detective Crescent.
Yeah? What do you want?
Nothing.
Hello, chin up, back straight. You're wilting.
This guy's hard as nails. He makes Rocky look downright cooperative.
Look, there's no way the diva remembers my voice.
You never talked to her, even though you were playing in the same concert?
Not a word, as far as I can recall.
Weren't there... There. But weren't there planning sessions or something?
Gavin took care of all that himself.
Darren wasn't involved in any of the meetings with her.
As if you can just go around remembering everyone's voice like that anyway. Only an idiot would believe that.
Muri's hearing is very sensitive. She could remember if she heard him, I'm sure of it. I just can't prove it. I need proof. We know she missed the words. The mixing board proved it.
Oh yeah, there was a mistake. But blaming it on gunshots is just a lame excuse.
What do you mean?
The mixing board proves what? Proves there was a mistake in the song, a miscue. So, she just flubbed it up big time, that's all. She spins this story about a gunshot to protect the kid and cover for her own goof. Man, I'd have to hand it to her if she wasn't sticking it to me at the same time.
Darren, watch what you say. The Muir is an artist. She just flubbed it up. That's no small accusation for a performer of her caliber.
She got to you all right. I can see it in your eyes. I tell you, most of her stuff is so pretentious, it's way over my head.
I'm detecting a rift in the Gavineers' ranks.
Anyway, she's too close to the defendant. Her testimony can't be trusted. You ask me, I go with Detective Sky's story at the drop of a pick.
Actually, I was there too.
So I hear. Which means you heard them too, right? The gunshots?
Yes. We heard gunshots. Neither I nor Emma actually saw the shooting, mind you.
I guess you and Nimuri got the same excuse then.
We know one thing for certain here. There were gunshot-like sounds that emanated from that room during the third set. What we must determine is whether those sounds were actually gunshots.
Matchy had them too. Remember, he said he ran for the air duct when he heard them.
So how can we figure out just what these gunshots during the third set were? That could have been what the shooter wanted us to think.
I'll tell you what the shooter, that kid, wants you to think. He wants you to think the diva heard me in that room.
Back to relying on Nomura's testimony. Much as I'm enjoying the Darren and Forehead show, there is no need for such temper. Don't make us into some comedy duo.
This mean the Gavin and Darren show's cancelled?
Neither of your claims can be proven or disproven. You could argue for days like this and get nowhere.
Prosecutor Gavin is quite right. This court will hear no further discussion on this topic without new facts.
New facts, huh?
He's pretty eager to paint Nomura as a liar, isn't he?
Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case.
This is tough. So what do we do?
I've got a few ideas. Just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen. when he says it did. Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial.
What things?
The first was this small device. That's the remote triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing.
What are those? The remains of something burnt? Not another guitar, I hope.
Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that it was something like a firecracker. Huh? How did Gavin know about this? What? You think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually.
What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin?
I registered Darren as a witness in today's trial. Just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control.
You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient for me.
How so?
So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off?
Right when two witnesses came walking by. That's right. Darren was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then?
The firecracker goes off in the forest, and there's no one there to hear. You get my drift? Why go through the trouble, man?
How do I explain this? You may not look it, but Darren is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it.
He may not look it. Partner, gee, thanks, man.
That reminds me. I happened to pass through that very hallway several times that day myself. And I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd? A headset, the kind all the band and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't dropped but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage.
Whose side are you on, Gavin?
Listen to me, Darren. There are no sides in a court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, Herr Forehead. I have a question for you.
Huh? For me?
The igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part to a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half?
Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove that the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage.
That's right, Gavin. Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless.
Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second set?
Yeah, I think. You better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you.
Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would.
This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am. Shooting took place during the second set. If you're so sure, let's see your proof. Can I press? Should be able to. The gunshots heard during the third set could have been... what, some kind of setup? I've heard that one before. Ugh. We need proof, Apollo. We need to prove that the shooting took place during the second set. Well, if you know how to do that, I'm all ears. Maybe the gunshots are the key after all. What do you mean? Well, the mirror said she heard them, right? Right in the middle of her illusion, when she was up above the ceiling. And she forgot the words to the song. Yeah. If you can prove the gun was shot right when she missed those lyrics, we're home free, I think. True. Not easy, but true. Is there some way to prove that? Let's take a look through our evidence. Maybe there's something in there. Hey, aren't you supposed to be cross-examining me?
Try to refrain from private discussions during cross-examinations, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honour. Sorry. Let me take a quick look through the court record. He's pretty eager to paint the mirror as a liar, isn't he? Yeah, because her testimony is basically our entire case. This is tough. So what do we do? I've got a few ideas. Just need to find another way to prove it didn't happen when he says it did.
Shoot.
Seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Namire's song. Her song.
What exactly is this, device thingy? A new variant of gramophone, perhaps?
Come on, we just use this. And don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part.
Part?
You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, the mirror's voice included.
Oh, but what does this prove?
According to Lemure's testimony, at the moment of the shooting she forgot the words to the song. You intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? You might even hear those gunshots. Exactly.
Ridiculous.
How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out of sight, out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darren? You were all wearing these headsets.
Oh.
We were all deeply involved in our performance. But the mirror's headset would have picked up what she heard I was saying.
Then let's get to analysing that recording. Right now.
The mirror stopped singing when she heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I find the gunshots. Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is the track with Lemuel's vocals.
I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot.
What? This has to be some kind of mistake. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lemuel's testimony was true.
Order. So, she was telling the truth about what she heard.
It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche.
Well, what did he say?
It's over. Press the switch now.
Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught on fire. Detective Crescend, you weren't on stage during the second set. You could have done it.
But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't 2 bullets fired from this weapon?
The mirror is moving through the air vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for a mic to catch the first shot. Then, as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Latouche's life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent? Once again, I am reminded of something. Our performance that day.
Your performance?
Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, Herr Forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem, tongue. My hog won't start, my guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was that performance just now. What was that all about? And this part is off. Which is that? Second guitar? It was you, Darren. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well,
You what? Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at?
I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latouche's 45 caliber hand cannon. As we've learned, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his plane was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? You're forgetting something.
Yes, Detective Crescent?
I'm a trained police officer, you know? I've had firearms training, plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a 38 caliber weapon, a much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latouche, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim.
So, the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean?
The thought had occurred to me, yes.
Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent.
What I want to ask is what Mr. Sleeves rolled up up ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Me? Exactly. Which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little nose. But you got a little noise on a tape that could be anything. And you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Kevin. I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager. And that's the obvious truth.
The witness has a point. The defence's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it.
Come on. Why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was that diva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him?
A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latouche has not been to our country before?
According to our records, yes. Not even once.
I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination.
Great. Now I need to find a motive. A manager, sure, but Mr. Latouche was.
All right, sorry. An Interpol agent, wasn't he?
I just have trouble in picturing that big lunk as an undercover cop, you dig? And not a very good one, seeing as how he got wasted. That's cold, dog. Not that it matters either way. See, I had no reason to kill the man, whatever he was. And that's the same for Machi. No motive was proven for him. Come on, he travelled around the world with that old fart. He had plenty of time to come up with a motive on his own. More than I sure did. I mean, think about it. Aaron, you're a detective with international affairs. Yeah, what of it? Even if this was Mr. Latouche's first trip to this country, you still could have met him prior to the concert. What? Or didn't you take any international trips in international affairs?
That's right. Well, Detective Crescent.
That's your game, is it? Guess I better confess then.
Confess?
Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment, but I've never been sent overseas. What? But you're an international... See, me and Plain's got a difference of opinion. We don't like each other much. My condolences, Air Forehead, but he's telling the truth. He's never set foot outside the country, I can guarantee it. As it turns out, my division has plenty of work to do locally as well. That's so unfair. So you didn't fraternise with him at all during the concert? Fraternise? I don't think we exchanged a single word. As if anyone will want to talk to that old Eastern blockhead. Now the ladies, that's a different matter altogether. Say you sit. Are you sure about that? What? What? Wipe that look off your face before I do it for you. Listen, you try throwing out one of your wild accusations, I'll throw it back at you so hard you'll forget who you're accusing of what. Now, Forehead, perhaps it's best if you let your evidence do the talking, yeah? Man, what evidence? That's what I want to know. So he's using this motive. question as ammunition, huh? Oh, I've got ammunition too. Evidence. Your Honor, take a look at this.
What's that? Looks like candy.
It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this?
Looks like a piece of candy.
What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings.
A cocoon? Never seen one that colour.
It is a variety only found in the Republic of Virginia. Nowhere else.
Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Latouche, does it?
Does. Wait, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man.
A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of?
Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative.
A curative? For what?
Apparently it is most effectuous at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Virginia.
Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world?
Yeah, that's what I've been wondering.
We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet, if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison, in fact.
What?
There was an incident several years ago where some of these got out onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community. Though the media was kept largely unaware,
Intriguing.
all this has led to a strict ban on the cocoon's exports. One rigidly enforced by Interpol among others.
Interpol?
Right. The victim, Romain Latouche, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager. But that is misleading. Romain Latouche wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So, I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country. That's what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for murder. Oh, so I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny? Ridiculous. I mean, totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why?
Perhaps it's time for another testimony about this smuggling of cocoons business.
International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about them. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal.
Indeed. Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Latouche undercover.
You kids think up the craziest things. But no way am I going to risk life and limb. Just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money.
Not the most noble of sentiments, but duly noted.
According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization will be risky.
Very well. You may begin the cross-examination.
This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something and I'm going to find out what. that memo. That's how you knew about the cocoons.
Oh, nice one, nice one. I'm running scared now.
You had to know about the cocoons to plan this.
Just how well known are these cocoons? I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I've never heard of them.
Well, the Murray know about them, though not their use. My reports indicate that there are ongoing efforts to control information about the cocoons. Most people only know they're illegal to export, that's all.
Then I've nothing to be embarrassed about after all.
You could say people like me who know about them are a minority, yeah.
But that includes everyone in international affairs, man. And everyone in Interpol too, for that matter, yeah.
So, there are other Interpol agents like Mr. Latouche?
All over the world, likely. Deep undercover, most of them. That's why these cocoons are too hot for the black market. You don't want Interpol sniffing through your wares. Most came to the conclusion that
Dangerous?
yeah, Interpol finds you, they arrest you on the spot. Or another marketeer might think you're part of a sting and take you out himself.
Times have changed. But wouldn't scarcity drive up the prices?
Yeah, and attention. Every gangster and his brother will want a piece of that action. They turn your forehead into Swiss cheese before you could say objection.
Maybe we could get them to cut his hair too.
Who's on trial here again?
Man, you so obviously know nothing about the market.
That's a bad thing?
Don't even try to mess with me about this stuff.
Which is why you know how to find a loophole in the system.
Hey, you can say what you want about me, but back off international affairs. There ain't no loopholes, okay? What do you think we are, Boy Scouts?
Wasn't what I was trying to... Down, Darian. It's as you say. There are no loopholes, at least in the case of these cocoons. International affairs, Interpol and Borginian customs are all watching.
See, we know what we're doing. Not like some yipping little doggies that lap up every word the diva says. I order. Order what? You want some of this?
Chill, both of you. Let's do this cool, yeah?
It's screw cool. I want this guy's head on a stick.
Replica has to be the key to his motive. There's got to be a way to find out what he was up to. Good lord, why does everything appear so light on that camera? It's amazing. Oh. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would.
How clueless you are. Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye.
Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this?
That article. That's about the Chief Justice's...
Deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. Not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuratus.
Incuratus? I've heard of that somewhere.
I went to visit a victim of the disease this morning.
Ah, why, that's the disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying...
Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice.
You are saying The Chief Justice would never deal in contraband.
Not even to save his own son's life?
But even if the deal went through, why, it'd be an international scandal.
That's Detective Crescen's insurance. If word ever got out, the one with his neck and would be the neck in a noose would be the Chief Justice.
Detective Crescent, is this true?
First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway?
Distasteful as it is to think about it, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller.
Don't let Sleeves over there trick you. So I made a deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Well... Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Virginian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about Cocoon's getting out.
So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Virginian Customs is very thorough. Everything and everyone gets checked. Just how strict is this customs check? Way strict. They keep planes on the ground for hours. Do recall me being a bit extreme. They were even confiscating gumdrops and marshmallows.
Yes, it would be hard to distinguish them.
Right, Gavin was in Virginia, wasn't he? I remember setting off the metal detectors several times. I had to practically strip naked to walk through. Here's a travelling tip for you, Gavin. Leave the bling at home, you glamorous fop. It's now old. That's pretty extreme. Virginia has this rep as an idyllic laid-back place. Truth is, they're beyond hardcore with security. The Republic of Borgina is a peaceful, pleasant country, so this level of security shows us how truly concerned they are about these cocoons. That's the situation. You're in a position to know quite a bit about smuggling. Yeah, I need to know a bit for work, sure. But all we get are reports on the failed smuggling mops. Not exactly something you want to go copying. But if you want, I can tell you a few of them. Maybe you'll succeed and get rich.
I would be interested in hearing, purely from a legal perspective, of course.
Maybe for our judicial system. Replica has to be the key to his motive. There's got to be a way to find out what he was up to. Actually, there is one way.
What?
One way to get something out of the country, no checks.
What is it?
You become a prosecutor.
A prosecutor?
Ah! I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamore. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night. She made a present of it.
So, this guitar is from Virginia?
And it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity were in the wood. So we vacuum packed it in Lemire's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right to my office for me. Pristine and untouched.
Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched?
Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets of vacuum packed in Virginia. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... With cocoons this small, it would be very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle a cocoon out of Virginia.
What?
Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right?
Work?
Good memory, Herr Forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front. It's called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort.
Broken device?
Yes, this in fact.
An igniter?
Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar?
You mean...
He means this, of course.
Oh!
There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use picky Prosecutor Gavin's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access? Like a member of the band.
Yuck! Order! So the igniter?
Was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution.
A precaution?
Herr Forehead. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review? Maestro? The gentle sounds? First, my keys were stolen. A harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar.
I see.
But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. When he remembered the band could get near that case, unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. Then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler.
What's that?
Mr. Latouche.
Ma,
Mr. Latouche, an undercover agent, was onto something. He would have known about the guitar. He'd only have to check the shipping records. So Mr. Latouche tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was to get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch now. The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then Mr. Latouche died, with Lemore there to witness it. There's your case.
brilliant, man. Detective Crescent?
I gotta know, you make all that up on the fly? A made-up story makes a great deal of sense, Darren.
The Republic of Virginia.
Sorry, man,
But I haven't even been there.
true, you haven't.
Let's see you make up a story for that, kid.
How I heard the cocoon in the first place, huh?
It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Virginian accomplice. That's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lamori heard proves it.
So, press the switch now.
You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage.
But who was it?
This is it. The coup de grace. Coup de grace. There. Whatever. And for once, I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him.
Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes a great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
There is only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Machitabai.
But Mr. Justice, he's your client.
A defense attorney accusing his clients? That's a new one.
I assure you no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latouche. And I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime.
Indeed. The defendant is Virginian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was in fact Lenore?
Couldn't have been.
Well, you seem sure of yourself.
The reason is electronic signals, Your Honour.
Electronic signals?
The call of this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless.
Yes, that's true.
Now, think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, the mural was inside the air vent, in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the air vent.
Well, looking at this, it seems that Lenore could have done the deed.
No. When the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar's serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and Lemore stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower, which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lemore's position in the air vent.
Oh!
Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that?
Your Honour.
Yes, Detective?
Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time.
Well, I don't see why not.
What? What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this.
Too bad, so sad, Punk.
Punk? First you were Sleeves, then Kid, now Punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo.
What exactly were we supposed to see in this video?
The problem isn't what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians after all.
Care to explain for us non-musicians?
Sure thing, Punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the Wii pianist to set off that igniter. That right?
Yes?
Well, in order to do that, he'd have to press a switch. Am I right?
Okay.
I'll take another listen. Pay attention to the piano.
Piano?
What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine.
And that's the problem, man. You still don't get it. Yeah. How's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You got Miss Diva, the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was the Diva.
Yeah?
But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Look, your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. Ugh. American game. The piano plays non-stop. Couldn't have pressed that switch. Give me a second, I've got to turn on the light and run to the bathroom. Ugh, it's raining in the end too. Weird. Hey. See myself coming back. Dodging the goddamn thing. Anyway, he couldn't have pressed the switch.
Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire.
Well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes.
Hello. Were you wrong?
Can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange? What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Odd?
Mr. Justice, if Machida Boy didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice as you claim he is.
But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes.
Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter now. Was the defendant Machi Tobai the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you've said here. Give it some thought.
Hello, Machi's not the accomplice. Then our whole case is ruined.
I know that. It has to be him. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. He had to have pressed that switch.
Well, you'd better find a way to prove it.
What do I do? What do I do?
There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd.
Something odd. Wait a second.
What? You thought of something?
What was Gavin saying just now? Strange. What's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd?
Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this? Can you prove Machi Tobai pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Machi Tobai pressed that switch?
Yep. Don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. And then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us evidence supporting this. Herr Forehead, you're sure about this? Accept it. There's no evidence, man.
Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed that switch?
The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor.
Music? What about music?
Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed. Right before the guitar burst into flame.
Might hear a piano being played.
But doesn't it sound kinda simple?
Simple?
I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand?
One hand?
You only needed one hand to press that switch. You could play the piano with the other. What? So you're some kind of piano savant? Actually no. What do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe. I don't know what I'm talking about here.
Wait, I know.
Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy.
Yeah, you got something?
Mr. Wright, your father. He's a pianist. Could he?
Oh, Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands.
So sorry. So sad for you. No, not really.
Huh?
That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit it will be rather difficult to prove. But it's highly likely he was playing with one hand.
How do you know that?
Clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No way.
Well, it seems that we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand. right before the guitar burst into flame.
But she was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. One section of the song proves it.
That's the section? I'm afraid I don't hear it. What's your opinion as an artist, Prosecutor Gavin?
It's a beautiful song, and the lyrics are outstanding.
I'll take that to mean there isn't a problem with this section at all.
Wait, so what was the odd thing that Gavin heard? The switch was pressed in the first half of the second verse, right? I know, I just need to find a piece to compare to that. Your Honor, if you'll give me one more chance, I think I can find it.
I suppose we don't have a choice. Very well. You claim the defendant was playing with one hand when the switch was pressed. Show us the part that proves it.
But she was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire. One section of the song proves it. So the first part, easily enough. Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you realise by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realised it yourself, Herr Forehead.
Realised what?
I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the "but a fleeting melody" phrase.
Man. How many times do we have to listen to the same thing?
You're right, enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we?
Another section?
The guitar burst into the flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to the "Oh, that night in your embrace."
Play verse 2 again.
There, did you hear that?
They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different.
What? Well put, Your Honour. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple. The same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You'd have to use two hands to play that for sure.
Ah. What's that prove?
I would think you'd know that by now.
This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses are different arrangements. Happens all the time.
Not this time, Darren. There's no point in changing an argument if you can't hear it clearly. And that wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background.
Oh.
That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different, I asked myself. Now ask yourself why Machi changed how he played, and there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch.
Order, order, order! I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin?
Yes, quite. Though personally all this comes at as a terrible disappointment. Huh. What, no comeback? Can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up.
Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter.
Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over. I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. In you, Heffelhead. Huh? Me? Yes. Don't get me wrong, your case is solid. The facts all check out, but even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts. Anyone can see it was him.
Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it.
But...
1,000 facts might point towards the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system.
Don't believe it.
Doesn't seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present.
Oh, I think he did well. Oh, I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back.
It is unfortunate, but at present this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation.
What? The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? It's the point of a legal system that protects criminals. Hello, remember what Daddy said? It won't be easy proving he did it. Especially not under the current court system. So, what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Ugh. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? Kind of thing that a single spark could turn into a wildfire of emotion. Won't be able to press him further by conventional means. But to find a weak spot in this guy, something fatal. So, can I get back to work now or what? It may look like I've got a lot of time on my hands, but I've got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney.
Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go.
Every man has an igniter. Huh. Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Ah, yes. Good guitars are kept dry, is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Wait in time, Justice. If you blow this one, you'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What? This igniter's supposed to come burn me up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry. And I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Forehead, you are accusing this man Darien Crescent of 2 crimes. The murder of Mr. Lettuce and the smuggling of a Borgian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case.
This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Darian Crescent.
Okay, this is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Darian Crescent's plan is... Your igniter isn't a piece of evidence.
Then what is?
It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence. Perhaps what I need to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order. And I've got just the person to do it.
Very well, Mr. Justice. Who is this person who can prove Darian Crescent guilty?
The one person who can prove Darian Crescent guilty is the defendant, Matthew Tabai.
Your client? Again?
Matthew Tabai was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Darian Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he can easily prove that the one who plotted to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case.
How so?
It will require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Latouche was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Borgina, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue, a residue we would no doubt also find inside the burnt out guitar.
Aha! Very scientific of you.
Thus, if Matthew Tabai acknowledges his agreement with Darian Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Borgian cocoon, the case is solved. Darian's laughing again.
Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to.
Why not?
The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. What's this all about?
Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Borgian law.
Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking.
But you're wrong, Detective Crescent.
What?
It's the other way around. If Matchy doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble.
Now,
look, if Matchy admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Virginia. And they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Virginian cocoon.
yeah, but...
But if Matchy doesn't admit to smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Virginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here, not now.
Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me.
Maybe the law doesn't allow it. But who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Matchy Tabai. The cocoon smuggling, your entire plan. Matchy Tabai knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him. And that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling.
Don't worry there. I'll get you out of the country. I'll set you up someplace, a hidden mansion, real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please! Don't talk!
Darian. I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession.
Uh-oh, he's laughing again.
There's a kind of sick desperation in it now, though.
Well, have you been listening to today's trial?
Yes.
And you'll talk. You'll tell this court everything.
I didn't want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know. I see no reason why you should hesitate now.
I knew. From beginning, I knew.
Machi,
Situation. Cannot explain. But money I needed. Very much money.
Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in a court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However,
it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard.
should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternative system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machitabai,
Yes.
I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. And with regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latouche, this court is prepared to announce a verdict.
I thank you. I only lie. But you see truth. You find truth.
That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant Machitabai not guilty. Court is adjourned.
I wonder what'll happen to Machi.
Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Borgia. Guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well.
Daddy! I owe you both my thanks.
The more.
My, is something wrong?
I'm sorry, Machi was your partner on stage. Your friend.
Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do, yet something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be?
I'm still sorry.
Do not be sorry. You have given me courage. Courage. I am considering an eye operation.
It was my suggestion, actually.
You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I've always been afraid of the light. The light seems so harsh, so unforgiving.
According to the doctor, Lamore lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident?
As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I have been running from. I was scared.
You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze, unwavering, always looking straight at the truth.
if the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting.
Painting?
That's right. She's the landscape painter in sound, after all. I will paint the two of you, I promise. Woohoo! I can't wait, Lemur.
I owe my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my secret mission, that is. Right, your secret mission.
Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet, me too.
And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to the end. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Montague to Gavin's even more dazzling to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad,
Have them catch the killer at the end.
and save. Right. That should quite frankly be obvious. That will be all for now. My god, how long was that? There, that will be all for now, and I will be back tomorrow with the next case. Because that took a hell of a lot longer than I thought it would. Almost 5 hours, which is neat. Surprised my voice held out. I did end up having a couple of breaks, so it's not surprising. For now, though, bye.